Yo. What's going on? Top of the afternoon, top of the morning, good morning. Welcome to Tuesday, the 7th of July. Yeah, let me get this motor wave up on the screen for you guys. But yeah, what's going on? Let's try and have a good day, man. Let's try and have a good day. But I did. Did I say what's up? I did. Cool. I had a bit of a turbulent day yesterday off stream. You know how we got off stream, and then I thought that was gonna be it, and that was gonna be the day, and then I took another trade, which was not a good idea. So that happened, you know. But do you live and learn? You live and learn. Actually, it wasn't a losing trade, which is what was weird about it, is that it actually worked out in our favor. The only difference was not difference, but the only thing that happened, right? The only thing that happened was my power went, and then I figured out how to get like an internet connection real quick, and then once I did that, and I tried connecting back to Tradeovate, it just closed me out of my position. So I I reached out to the firm. I reached out to Funded Next, told them what happened, and that's being sorted. So yeah, it closed us out for 160 something loss. So we ended up net $50 on the day. But what can you do? But that's gonna be sorted. So I'm not too. Am I pressed about it? Not really. I'm not pressed about it at all. But we will try to maintain a little more discipline today. My mom actually roasted me about it yesterday. She was like, "Yeah, I heard you're on stream for too long, and you said you were done, and then that's what you get. That's what you get." But yeah, it was there, and I thought maybe we could have a little something more, just to close the day on what I thought could have been 300. But anyway, it's Tuesday. We are here. Cue music. Yeah. Yeah, let's sort out this motor wave thing. We are 11 minutes away from the open, so shouldn't be too long now. Yeah, the levels on TradingView are a little off though, are they not? Tuesday value are high. And this is our point of control. And this should be our value area low. It does look like we are going to open inside of value. That doesn't look right. Yeah, something's off here. $576.75. Yeah. $576.75. 591.75. That's your point of control. It's actually pretty close. And value area high should be 601 something, 601 flat. Yeah. All right, so yeah, it does look like we are going to open inside of value, which is all right, I guess. Let's switch on the what do they call it? The overnight volume profile. RTH, ETH split. Uns. This should come on in just a little bit. Just so we can have an idea where our value areas are. Yeah. And then we will have a look at the composite volume profile for the past 20 days. You know, so stick around for that. It's not what I want to do. And no, there's nothing wrong with your stream. It's Motorwave doing what Motorwave does. Shit's making me think if I need an upgrade. Doubt it. But, you know. I trade on an M1, which is pretty, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good. I use it for everything. I use it for editing videos, of course, for streaming live, for mixing my music, for everything. It's mad. I actually thought you guys could hear the music. You couldn't hear nothing. Oh, there we go. Or was I tripping? Uh, 5 minutes away from the open. Maybe let me hide the candlesticks for now. See if that makes a difference. $572.50. So overnight value area low. Let's zoom in here a little more. Yeah, so I think that's probably going to be the most important level to watch uh, at the beginning, just to see how we react if we get here, you know. 572.50. It's overnight value area low. All right, couple of rejections off that. Around about 7 a.m. Yeah. 3.5 minutes away from the open. Cool. I don't think that's gonna change much. I mean, we will watch it and monitor it, but I don't think it's gonna change dramatically. Let's throw on our overnight point of control, 582. Yeah, I should switch this view app off. One second, boys. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the let me get this off as well. Yeah, I don't like view apps that use historical data. I'd much rather it use tick data than historical data. Weirdly enough, I was on someone else's stream yesterday who trades order flow, and one sec. Hold up. You need help? Hello? Okay. VWAP, I was saying. Yeah, I was saying I don't like. Yeah, I asked this person, this dude on his stream. I just kind of found it. I just like to see how other people are doing as well, just to kind of gauge how far or close I am to I don't know, I guess how far close I am to trading well, I guess. So anyway, I was on this man's stream and I asked him a question. Remember, like yesterday we took a trade from we did an IB trade, right? And if you're around from like right from the get-go, you will remember that those actually used to be my worst trades. 585.25. And like by my worst trades, I mean it was really hard for me to determine bias from initial balance. I never really knew whether we're gonna get like a breakout, whether we're gonna get a retest, none of that, you know. So but I did figure something out, which I've spoken about on stream, which has something to do with the value levels, just like watching value shift, you know. So yeah, so I was just on the stream asking him about like IB, and he said something interesting. He said he doesn't use VWAP because it's a lagging indicator. I was like, okay. But yeah, whilst I was yapping, we've had some pretty crazy price action. Everything is gonna remain the same. I think we had a retest of the previous day value area low, pretty strong rejection off it, and yeah, we're like all the way up there now. I just want to make sure that our overnight value area low is accurate. Yeah, we're fine here. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna remove the extended session. Right, and yeah, let's switch these candlesticks back on. Still pretty much within value, you know, so yeah, we'll have a look at the composite just in a bit. Delta's at 457. $420, 400s. Right from the get-go. So I mean initiative buying right from the open. And it has almost 2.5 minutes in. RTH only. Let's change this color to black. Okay. Here we go, finally. Delta is negative now, so okay. Let's look at the composite and just see what levels we can trade from and trade to. Obviously, there we go. There was that reaction of the overnight value area low I was talking about, 572.50. So what does price do here? What does the market do? Do we break below it? Do we find support within? You know. But yeah, but back to the composites. This is where we are. As you can see, we did open within the previous day's value. All right. If we are gonna target lower, maybe at the point of control, 543 could be a, you know, close to near enough target, 543. If not that, if we manage to break above that, we'll just watch the previous day value area high. So from 600s, can break above 600s, then 635s, maybe 630s, roundabout. So that's pretty much what we're looking at right now. 540s, 630s. And then of course we do have our previous week levels, you know. Switching on big trades. Yeah. It's pretty much everything we need right now. 7 minutes away from our trading window. Minimize the OBS. I think if we let go of the overnight value area low, then for sure. Previous week point of control at 540s, as I was saying. I don't feel too confident about taking a short from there right now, honestly. It does feel a little early. It's only 8 minutes in. Still valid though. I mean, still could be valid as an idea. You know, the delta is negative. We're below VWAP. We rejected the previous day value area low. You know, maybe on the second rejection of previous day value area low would I then be interested in that, but or maybe if value area high shifts below the previous day value area low, but it still looks like we're a ways from that. Five minutes away from our trading window, so just sit tight. Delta is quite negative, not gonna lie. Okay, as a retest of the previous week value area high and VWAP. Delta's mad negative still. If we get a break above previous day value area low and it's clean, I would be interested maybe in longing from here. From previous day value area low. Let's give that a try. So we'll do something like this, I think. We'll target the other side. Something like that. We are being a little bit glitchy though, which I'm not really a fan of. Okay, so our trade window is officially open now. Anything that lags behind, anything that is slower than my motive wave, it's a red flag, fam. It's a red flag. All right, look, we're officially in this trade now. So let's see if we got faked out or if I was right about it. I'll do this. I'll put it here. It's pretty wide, but I did kind of go against convention. If you low-key think about it, I mean, what do I mean? I mean, our delta is negative, so, and I went for the buy. And only reason really being, you know, when we started off we were selling the VWAP, we broke below the VWAP, retested the previous day value area low, rejected that a couple of times, and then we broke within value. So, I can see us reclaiming the previous day value area low. That's really all I have on that, and also just the rejection of the overnight value area low, the areas below. That's kind of what gave me a little, not like hope, but just kind of seeing that, like, oh, okay, there's probably support below that, and it just depends what we do now. If we fail to break above this previous day value area low, if we fail to break above previous week value area high, then of course then the overnight point of control is where this trade idea gets invalidated. So pretty wide stop, but I do have somewhat of a good feeling about it. Someone's lagging here because I also do have Trade of 8 open, so I should, maybe consider closing this. I don't know. That it. I mean, yeah, see, there's that retest of the overnight value area low again. Of which, like, I do think like a break below that and a sweep of the lows is fine. A break below that and a close below those low lows, then I'm not gonna lie to you, my Trade of 8 is moving a lot smoother than Trade of 8 is moving a lot smoother than TradingView right now. We haven't seen any big trades just as of yet, so if the value area low can move above the overnight value area low, then we know that today, while the current value area low is now within the Globex value area low, right? It's now within Globex value. And then we just want to see it move higher, move above and close, above the previous day value area low. Okay, here we go. That's that sweep of those lows. Let's see how wrong I was about this. Terribly wrong. I mean, 543. It's a deep pain point though. I genuinely think I called that wrong. Let's see if there's any respite, if anything changes. There's more negative delta, then for sure we're gonna have to absorb it. We're just gonna have to take it on the chin because my entry, how many? Where we at? Ouch. Just a little bit of drawdown. Come on. Previous week point of control, 555.25. That's initially where our stop was. We'll see if we can pick up Delta. If we can pick up in Delta from around there, which isn't really like the best thing, man. I mean, could have, should have waited a little, or at least put my stop a little tighter. But let's see if we can get retest of these levels, the overnight value area low, you know, or the developing volume profile value area low. And if we can get a retest of that, break inside of it, then maybe we have a chance. But if we get a break of it, not so much so. So basically we want price to close above 566.50. All right, that's the level we're testing now for this little price leg. Yeah. 1 second, boys. All right. We did have a rejection of something. What is that? 570? Yeah, Delta has shifted higher though. So let's give him a chance, let him cook. Here we go, back within value-ish, kinda. All right, so what we want, sorry, I just had my crotch on stream. So what we want to see is we want to see price stay inside this value area, okay? The point of control has also shifted lower, so if we can break above that point of control, then the next place, if we can close above point of control, then what we want to see is we want to see a shift towards value area high. Okay, it's just not showing here on Motivate, but I'm just checking the POC, the value area on Tradeovate, which it's not looking too good for us though, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's wait and see. 1604. What up, boys? What I miss? All right, so big sellers at the bottom. Damn, 945. They really need to get respite for their effort. Oh, Delta is like so negative. Okay, here we go. Point of control. Previous week point of control. If we don't get any reactions off that back up, we are gonna have to close the trade and just take the L, which is quite a sizable one, I'm not gonna lie. There we go. We need buyers to step in here, or might need to open an OnlyFans. Let's see what it looks like in the composite, because are we at any significant level? I mean, there's a volume node right there, 550 something. $540. I mean, this is in good money management, I'm not gonna lie to you. 537, 475. If nothing comes off there, then point of control, nothing comes off there. I mean, before that, we do have a value area high from the second, from last week. So, I mean, 553. There we go. Little bounce up from there. Previous week point of control again. Do we hold it or do we let it go? Excuse me. We also don't have a soft breach on this, so I mean, it's not looking too good. Sellers at the bottom of this candle again, so maybe. This is gonna be a stop, boys. That was the composite point of control. And that's the reaction of this level 543. And that's the only thing that's keeping us in at this trade right now. But big boss. I've moved my stop more times than I ever have. It's looking hot. But let's trust the levels. Let's see. Look, we have big sellers at the bottom of these candles. These are sells that try to go through, that try to go lower. So maybe we get a little respite here. But I'm not gonna lie to you, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. So also, what's dumb about it is that at some point we were thinking of this short, and I didn't take it. I totally 100% went against the delta as we were seeing it, like right here. Even though we came up here, retested, I thought like maybe we were gonna reclaim the previous day value area low, bounce, go higher, but the delta was negative. Like that, this one's on me. I can't even charge this one to the game. I'm not gonna lie to you. This one's me. I fumbled the baddie. But let's go. Let's see. If this can load, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, so as I was saying, uh, the only thing that's kept us in this trade so far is this level. This is the only thing that's kept us in. This little peak over here, you know, which now in hindsight should have been our target right from the get-go, right? But as I'm saying, my bad, boys. I fumbled the baddie. But yeah, let's wait for the retest of this previous week point of control. If we can close within it, great. If we can get back into this value area and close within it, great. And then if we can close, there's so many ifs, so many things that have to happen. Before I start selling dick pics. Crazy. But you see, we rejected that previous week point of control. Had a retest of it, rejected it, so. We're either going to be here for a very long time or we're going to be wrong very quickly. Which I think we were wrong a long time ago. We just didn't accept it. We just didn't accept that we were wrong about the direction early enough. You know. Also, looking at the delta. Now, delta's still in the 5Ks, like negative 5Ks. So we're down bad there. Our ask percentage hasn't really shifted higher, so it's not looking really good for the buyers right now, you know. But there still is time in the session, so I hate to use the word hope when it comes to this stuff, when it comes to trading. Because yeah, because you're either right or you're wrong, bro. There's no hoping, wishing, or praying. Value area low just shifted to the point of control, the previous week point of control. And plus we just got big buyers stepping in. So these buyers need results for us, you know? Because if, because if it closes negative again. Okay, sellers stepping in as well. It's a big battle. Who's gonna win this? And this is not good for us. Value area low shifting below the point of control, the previous week point of control. Because it means that like a little bit of the value is now being accepted below last week's fair value, you know? So we need things to start shifting higher quickly. But twice we've had sellers at the bottom of these candles, so it really isn't 50-50. Like, we are losing this badly. It's not looking good, Jemima. Yeah, I actually think we're gonna get stopped out here. .5 minutes away from initial balance being set. Just not encouraging because with this type of momentum, we will break through that initial balance and we'll go lower. Because yeah, also it does look like we've let go of that composite point of control. So all of this, we will flush pretty quickly through all of this. Next point is probably 400s. If I was a betting man, which clearly I am, that would be the next logical place. 496, 490s. Back to that point of control, 543s, that is above it, 544. Buy stepped in the middle of that candle, 102 orders, and then smacked down quickly by sellers. Yeah, so I do think I am trying to take like really big swings. That's another thing that's kind of changed. Like before I was just doing like 200s, 300s, 200, take the loss. You know what I'm saying? Go watch some Rick and Morty or an alien documentary or something. But now I'm like really swinging. I'm like really going at it. So double-edged sword. On the one side, when you win like pretty big, right? On the other side, if you don't win, it's pretty significant. Yeah, look, this is initial balance set. So we either go for it or we don't. You know what I'm saying? We're getting stopped out in the next 5 minutes maybe, or we're not, or we're still in this trade. But the chances of us going from one initial balance to the other aren't high. It's a small percentage, like a 34% chance. 33, 34, roundabout. So we'll see. It just depends on like how we react to levels, how we react to, as I've been saying, I react to this value area low, which has shifted lower also. Do we reject it, come back? Do we stay inside the value? If we stay within the value, then the VWAP, that's what's gonna push us down also, possibly. But our delta is shifting high, as you can see over here, in the 4.4s now. But we haven't made a lot of movement. We haven't made a lot of movement higher, So the beauty of it is that, like, if we can close above these participants over here, this is liquidity. There's people who have sell orders, who put their sell orders here and put their stops maybe here, so at the top of like these candles, there's stops there, there's stops here, there's stops here, there's stops, so it's a lot of liquidity if we can get to those levels, so which is why I'm saying it's either we get stopped out like really quickly, like over the next 5 to 10 minutes, or we're still kind of in this trade. I won't even lie, like getting back to break even would be a big saving grace, because by right we should have been out of this trade a long time ago. We should have been out of this trade here in the point of control, but also, if we get a test of the initial balance, purple line, initial balance, if we get a test of it and it breaks outside, comes back and retests, that's what's gonna push it lower, But if we hit it and we still maintain, we still want to be inside, yeah. It's a big loss though, I'm not gonna lie. What up, guys? Yeah. It is risk. It is risk. I have, I've spent a lot of time. I spent a lot of time like trying to figure this out, and I mean, I still am. You know what I mean? Doing it live on YouTube is, yeah. I want to say it's brave, but at the same time, it's supposed to keep me accountable. So there's certain things I'm not supposed to be doing, And I'm supposed to be managing my trades better. But the thing is, like, I can only get to that place once I put the reps in, which is also another thing, but like, what is putting the time in? What does that look like? Like doing it by myself and not recording these videos and not doing it live and stuff. When I trade by myself and then I make mistakes or I read things wrong, I didn't have video to go back and watch and see, you know what I mean? Because also it is a performance thing. It's like a sport, it is a performance thing. So I'm just trying to get better with each trade. There's certain things like right now, like today's trade, Not a good trade by any means. Um, I did call it. Could have done things differently, but then I will take this and then I'll journal it and then I'll learn from it, and then hope that, like, the pain from doing things the wrong way, you know, also adds to my lessons. You know what I mean? And to my learning curve. You know. So one of them ones. You see, a buyer stepped in. It's right at the top of that candle, 543. Here's that retest of initial balance. You know, this is pretty much our sign that, like, we're probably gonna get stopped out, because it's a buy at the top of a candle. So when you see big buys at the top of a candle, what do you expect? The price to go higher, right? So if the price doesn't follow, then here we go. Sellers at the bottom of this candle, buyers at the top. So whoever loses this, price is gonna go in their direction, right? Whoever wins this, price is gonna go in their direction. That's what I mean. You know. So if we close bullish, if we close above the green bubble, then price is gonna go up. If we close below the red bubble, then price is gonna go down. You know, because these participants are putting in effort. They're trying to push the market to go in a certain way. So buyers are trying to push the market to go high. Sellers are trying to push the market to go low. You know? So it's that battle. It's a constant battle for position in the market. You know, for different reasons. For different reasons. Another thing that I learned is about, like, different types of market participants, you know, like, so your first hour within New York, these are the participants who just, like, move the market up and down or whatever, right? But then the ones who enter 30 minutes after, like the 30 minutes after the first hour, those are the participants who then have more of the momentum to shift the market, or at least to drive the market more in a direction. So for now, like, looking at this right now, what have we been doing, like, the entire initial balance, right? We've just shifted lower, right? So big drop. So over the next couple of minutes, these participants, the ones who came in from this hour, from this time, from 10:30, they're the ones who can decide whether we continue going in this direction or whether we go back, you know, or whether we go back up. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, you're right, bro. So, as you say, it's like it's a way of documenting, right? And of journaling, you know. So, on, like, weekends and stuff, I'll go through, because I don't only record the videos, right? I also write, like, what I was thinking, my thought process, all of that stuff. Yeah, and so when I go back over the weekend, when I look at the trades, right, when I look at my performance, then I can go to a specific time in a video. Like, oh, okay, cool. I took this trade at 5 o'clock my time, you know, and then I know I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Then I just go to the video at that time and then see what I did, you know, and then also just like listen to myself speak, just to see where my mind was at, what I was thinking, etc. Was I right in my thinking? All of that stuff, you know. And then another thing is like, it's not so much sort of like trying to predict what's gonna happen, but more like reading what's gonna happen. Like today's trade was like a big misread on my end, you know. Right from the get-go, I was trying to long back inside value, and by right I should have maybe put my stop here, but you know, I fumbled the baddie. And also the thing about it is that like it's such a big L, you know what I'm saying? It's like one of those things where it's like I really shouldn't be doing that, or at least if I am to get like direction wrong and stuff, like then I have to think about my position sizing. Yeah, there's a lot that I need to rectify and fix with this now, you know. Maybe not a lot, it's just like really one particular thing, but without the video evidence, I'm just kind of going at it from memory, which isn't always accurate, because also sometimes you paint things in a positive way when in fact you're the one who made the mistake, and you're like, oh no, but like the market did this, and but it's like no, like the responsibility is mine. I'm supposed to be the one who's supposed to have like a gauge on it, you know what I mean? Yeah, so just going through it again, because yeah, this is gonna be a stop. I'm not there's nothing more to it. Let's just like wait for it. Let's just wait for the stop, and then we'll talk about the mistakes and the errors and everything. But yeah, but it's an inevitability. Also, just looking at the delta on the CVD, big spike down, but then it got pushed up. So this is kind of evidence also that buyers stepped in at least from this candle here, 1042. You know what I mean? So from this candle, which is why we have the wick, of course, you know. But we do need to see, excuse me, we do need to see a resultant move higher, right? So it's one thing for there to be like positive delta, and then we don't get the move higher. We need the move. We need price to also follow, all right? Because essentially what that would mean is that buyers are stepping in, but then they're not, as much as they're trying to push price higher, there's either a seller who's just like absorbing everything, or they're running out of steam, you know. So '34. We're actually so close to getting stopped out that time. I mean, our stop was at 529, so we're like 2 ticks away. And then I moved my stop low, which also, in its own right, is something that you really shouldn't be doing. You know. Just don't want to take the L just yet. Need to see a test of 538.50, which is ORL, opening range low. That's how we set our initial balance, right? That's that first hour of the New York session. You know, our delta also has shifted higher. We are in the negative 3,000 now, of which earlier we were in the negative 4,000. So, you know, there's a possibility of a little respite. There's a chance. There's a small chance. Big buy stepped in there right at initial balance, 110. So now we need to see them maintain this move. And how do we see that? First of all, we need a close above that green bubble. That's the big trace. We need to close above that. And then also we need to see delta shifting. In this case, we need to see delta shifting higher, right? Because what we want to see is we want to see price move high. So from negative 3,000, if we can get them to the negative 2,000s, that's great. If we can get into the negative thousands, that's even great. If this can shift positive, even better. You know what I mean? And so we'll be looking at like key levels. What's the very first key level outside of this one, outside of the initial balance, is gonna be value area low, right? Which we haven't actually tested. Remember the developing volume profiles move as the session is developing. And why do they move? Because like value is also shifting with time, right? So the volume, where the trading volume is located, is shifting as time moves by, right? So what we need to see at some point is we need to see us get to the value area low, so 544. We need to see us get into 544, test that, break inside of value, right? And then once we can get a test inside of value and we can accept inside of value, then we have more of a chance to move for the auction to move higher as well. You get it? Yeah. So it's just like market mechanics, just understanding how price moves and where participants put in their orders and why they put their orders there, etc. You know. Yeah. But it's not looking like that right now. Okay, here's a test of initial balance, 538.50. Can we hold inside initial balance? Right. And now that we're inside, can we retest it here, like as is happening, and then move higher? You know, is if we break outside of it and fail to close below these lows, then we will have to continue moving higher, right? But it also can happen that this is just the retest of it, and that we actually continue lower, you know. So just watching that. So you're not watching every number. So you're not just like watching like randomly 552, randomly 543 or whatever, right? Like at each of these levels, it's about key levels, and then determining why they're key levels. This is the discretion part. where it's like, okay, this is a value area low. Okay, so now then using your discretion and using your understanding of um, auction market theory or market mechanics, etc., then you come up with a thesis why as to why you believe price is gonna hold within or price is gonna break outside of that level. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. Hey man, shout out to you, bro. As long as you can learn something from me as I'm doing this, then even better. I'm not like, I don't have like mad time, um, and by mad time I mean like I don't have years doing this. You know what I mean? Um, you know what I mean? So I've only really been at it since I started like really putting my energy into it from September last year, and yeah, I watched as many tutorials as I could find, read as many books as I could find, combined the tutorials and the books, watched other traders trade live also, asked questions in people's lives, but also the biggest part of like the learning was actually then trading myself, because like when you're watching, like in theory things make sense, right? It's like, oh, okay, cool, but then it's when you now have to place the trade, right? It's now when you have to place the trade, and then you have to deal with your greed and your anxiety and your impatience, like learning that, because you're also another what do they call, another factor in the market, right? Like all of these things, volume, price, time, all of these things are like market factors, right? But it's people, it's human beings also making decisions. In some cases where it's like big money, like you'll see it'll be algorithmic, so meaning that it's programs. So for example, if we can get here, like to this red line, right, this VWAP line, we're gonna get like a strong rejection off of it, and you'll know that that's algorithmic, meaning that there's quant traders, people who trade using deep level machine languages, you know what I'm saying? And their thing is they use big math models and stuff to determine their trading and stuff, because you're moving like millions and millions of dollars like every hour, you know what I'm saying? You can imagine like a big hedge fund, they'll be moving like, maybe in a day they're trading, maybe a small one in a day is trading like 200 mil a day, and then like the big ones are moving like billions, so there's certain things that they'll just like have programmed, right? So algorithmic, that's the whole thing about it. But the point that I'm getting at is that essentially at the end of the day, like you as the human being, you're also a factor, so when you come in, you try and trade when you're tired, you haven't slept well, you didn't eat nicely, that's gonna affect your trading performance. Maybe you're trying to trade when you already have like a very, very deep need for money, right? That's gonna impact like your level of patience when it comes to waiting for setups or waiting for things to happen, or maybe like yesterday I caught a really nice trade, and then I thought I could squeeze a little out of it, and so I tried to trade again after, you know what I'm saying, which is a mistake on my end, yeah. So I mean, there's like all of these things, they're like the different factors that contribute towards your trading performance, and which is why it's better to you learn as much as you can, but what will teach you the most is time in the market, time in the market. And you won't learn how to play golf by reading about how Tiger Woods swings, until you hold a golf club yourself. You know what I'm saying? So, but look, here's that retest of the value area low, as I was saying. Value area low is 543, all right? Motive wave is lagging again, but if you look to the left, just above me, you see price is now at 545, right? So meaning that like we've now broken inside of value. Now we need to see price maintain that hold, right? So we need to hold within 543. All right. So everything above 543, we're good, right? So we've determined a couple of things already, right? That we don't want to shift lower than the initial balance, right? So our initial balance is set, cool. We try to break outside of it, and we didn't manage to do that on the first attempt. It's not to say that there isn't going to be another attempt, but now that now that we failed to break outside of it the first time, and then we came and then we held inside of it, that's like two things that's giving me at least confidence that like, okay, maybe we still can shift higher, maybe we can still shift higher. And now that we've held inside initial balance, now we're looking at this line, right, which is the value area low, which is 543, which, if you remember, I did mention 543 being the point of control of the composite volume profile, right? Composite volume profile, why? Because this volume profile is the volume of the last 20 trading days, right? So over the last 20 trading days, this is where fair value has been determined, right? Meaning this is where the most amount of transactions of trading has happened over the last 20 days, right? So if we can hold above this, great. You know what I'm saying? Because then the question would be, where is the next place where we can find, where the market can find somewhere to trade, right? Where the market can find fair value, So that's really how I'm reading it and thinking of it. But initially, the reality of it is that like right from the get-go, right from the jump, I read this wrong, I read this wrong. But just trying to make the best of a bad situation. Maybe let me choose my words properly. I'm just trying to make the best of a not so positive situation. I'm trying to make the best of a situation that I find myself in. It's not determined whether it's good or bad right now, right? But it's bad. Yeah, value area low still 543. So we can hold 543, great. Our delta when we were down here was around about what, 4,000? It was actually 5,000. All right, here. From this candle, 1041. Our delta was at 5,436. And now our delta is at 2,206. So that's showing us that actually there's a strong presence of buyers, right? There's a strong presence of buyers. How do we know this? Because of just that shift in delta, right? Just kind of just gonna have to wait, boys. I ain't gonna lie. Just gonna have to wait. Okay, here we go. 5 o'clock candle. I mean, let me show you what I meant about like the 30-minute candles and stuff, right? I'll switch off the big trades. Still could get us. But here's a retest of initial balance. So this is the first 30-minute candle. Let's go with like previous. Okay, so first 30-minute candle, 9:30 to 10:30, 9:30 to 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock to 10:30, and then these buyers that step in, then they determine what we're actually gonna do, right? From this candle here. Right? This is after initial balance has been set, and then they set the narrative for the rest of the market. Right? So that's where we're at right now. We've had the first 30 minutes, a close, so from the first 30 minutes, like, what's the determining factor? Like from here, okay, cool, we wicked below, came back, closed above, and then price continued in that direction. You know what I mean? But at some point, like, we had some form of sweep of liquidity, etc. It's not like this happens all the time thing, but it's a thing. It's a thing. See now, value area low shifted to 532. Our point of control is now at 539. So now this is a little worrying for us, because essentially what this means is that value has now shifted outside of initial balance, right? So if we do want to have acceptance of value, if we do want to continue this move outside of this, we do need to break this low, right? We do need to break, not the low, but we do need to break the value area low. We need to come in at 532, right? Then if we hit 532 and break outside of 532, that's acceptance that like actually we want to continue trading. And by we, I mean like the market participants are saying we want to continue going lower, right? That's how I read the volume profile, and that's how I make sense of, at least try and make sense of it. Maybe these are a little too big. Can I make this smaller? Nope. It's not looking too good. So I guess like from this point now, instead of it like being value area low, what we would want to see is price to maintain momentum above the point of control, which is now 540, right? So we want to see price trading above 540. As if price can break above 540, then what's the next logical place for it to go? The next logical place for it to go would be the value area high, which is still a way out, and it's like 568. So from here, we're looking at like 28 points high. I don't know if we can make that. you know. But yeah, but a couple of things would have to change, you know. A couple of things would have to change. A break above the previous week point of control, which is last week's fair value. Gonna have to break above that, maintain above that, which is 555.25. It's not that far off, but you know. And then once, if we can get above 555.25, then we also need to get above the previous week point of control, which is 556.65 over here. This is the red line. Where it is. That's the level, 556.65. And then also we would need to see a complete shift in our delta, right? Do you get what I mean? So from negative 2,000, we need to break into the positive numbers. So we need our delta to get all the way up here. And then we need to maintain positive delta for the rest of the session, you know, so it's quite a lot that we're asking for, but we haven't forcefully tried to break outside of initial balance yet, you know. We did, like the first time, yeah, we got the break outside of initial balance. We tried second time, just did a retest of it, you know, so yeah, it's not as exciting as people make it to be, this thing, you know. If it's exciting, you're probably doing the wrong thing. Like if you're like big adrenaline rush, and probably doing the wrong thing. But yeah, here's that test of the point of control, 540. Oh man, had I just like read it the right way, we'd be having a different type of conversation right now. But it is what it is, bro. Let's see if we can break these little highs that we made. Yeah. See if we can break these 546s, 547s. That's better. Just want to see where this line is. Just want to see where price is in relation to the volume profiles, high volume nodes, low volume nodes, etc. Just sucks that it has to reload the entire imprint study. I mean, what's the value area high? 60125? Damn. I don't think we're gonna get that. I mean, it is our target, but I don't know about us hitting, moving past all of these levels like this. Could be wrong. Well, here's the retest of initial balance. And a sweep of those lows, so retest 532.75. We break outside of that. We break outside of that, take sweep these lows. And then c'est ça. $535s. Ugh, what a long, arduous day, man. Would be great for us to break outside of this little box that we're in. It's currently the little range that we're in. Let's just see where value is here. I haven't used a drawn out volume profile in a while, but from the bottom of this candle, 1042, come on. Just gonna see where value is within this little range. Our VWAP's also in line with the previous week point of control, so okay, so just from this candle to where we are right now, we are at the value area low. So we did rotate, we went to the top of that range, came back to the bottom of it, went to the top of it. So I'm gonna break out of this, and then we're definitely gonna target that. So break out of 537. If you're trying to do like a mini scalp, you could go long from here. 537, target the other side of this range, 544. Yeah. But again, initial balance, break above that, we're gonna come to the point of control. We can break above the point of control. Then at 544.75, this is where we're gonna be waiting for a break outside of that, of this little range, you know. But if we can't break, if we break outside of this towards the downside, it's a stop out. If we break outside of this top side, then we're looking at VWAP, you know. So just one way to kind of gauge what's going on. And you can see you can see that this is consolidating. You can see the consolidation perfectly. If I switch off the candles, it's not how you do it. There we go. You can see that's a D-shaped volume profile. So meaning that volume is distributed equally, right? From the top to the bottom. But then if you look at this volume profile, this is more of like a B-shaped volume profile. Most of the volume is here at the bottom, right? So I'm just looking for a break outside of this D shape here for us to go back up. Either that's what's gonna happen, or we're gonna break out of the bottom of this value and then we're gonna go lower. So it's called a PBD, volume strategy, by some white man. I don't know his name. I know his name, I just forgotten it right now. Oh man. Where we at? There's two things we could do. We could accept the L and come back just in a lot of drawdown and then work towards getting out of it. Or we could take a little more drawdown and use that as a risk to maybe even break even, because even a break even from this point would be a dub. I'm not gonna lie. You know. One sec. Still no breakout. Still no breakout to the downside. So maybe. Because no breakout to the downside to me reads like this. Like there's a buyer who's absorbing sell orders here, right? Otherwise price would have broken through this, you know what I mean? And here's initial balance again. So if they try and sell this initial balance, if there's still sellers trying to sell this, then they're gonna have to get through this passive buyer, you know? Because look, there's liquidity here, and also at the bottom of this candle, remember when we got here, we had that strong respite up. So passive buyers here, meaning that like whoever's selling and trying to push this thing low, there's someone who's buying all of those orders, right? Because when you sell, then the next, explaining it using English and not showing you examples, is a gross miscalculation on my end. Okay, just making sure that things were moving properly. Yeah, okay, so look, so this is a DOM, all right? It's a depth of market. Now, just make sure it's actually showing on the stream. Okay, so as I was saying, so this is a depth of market, right? When price moves lower, these are the orders that get filled. So meaning that here, 127, 126, these are buy orders. These are people who want to buy, right? So if you're here, you have to cross the book. So you have to sell to these people, right? You sell to these orders over here. And if you want to buy, you buy from these people on the right over here. Okay, so these orders need to be filled for price to move lower. All right, so there's no magic unicorn, ICT, fair value gap, whatever, right? Like those are like consequences of price movement, right? But this is what's actually moving the market. You get it? So as you can see, 135, where's that? At 535, and it's like right at the level, or almost at the level that I spoke about. Well, 535.75, right? Meaning that whoever is sitting on the book where was it? 35.25, 139. They put their orders there and they're like, yo, if you sell to us, we will buy it up. You know what I mean? So that's the wall right now, which is that rectangle that I drew out. You know. So also on this side, same thing applies, right? All of these orders need to be filled up for us to get to the top. So if you look at the, okay, let's look at the, let's look at previous week point of control, which is 555.25, right? 555.25. So not a lot of sell orders there, right? But if you look at like the big psychological level, so 550, 160, right? 560 probably has like a big number too. Where are you? 58. So at like psychological levels, then you will get like lots of these walls, right? So this is how you then make sense of this, right? Delta, bid side, ask side. So 50%, meaning that there's more, right? There's 50%, 50.26% of all of the orders hitting the bid side, right? Which is why we're having price move lower, right? Whereas on the other side of 49.74%, 7.3, those are orders hitting the ask side, which is what then moves price higher. So as you can see, there's more hitting the bid side, which is why prices be moving lower. You get it? Ugh. So much consolidation. the song. What? $539.25. Should also look at this, I mean, I guess in conjunction with our delta and overnight levels, not overnight levels, our delta and developing volume profile. Retested that value area low. I mean, we can watch the DOM again. The orders aren't showing anymore. There we go. See, those orders were all filled up, eh? But yeah, we're back up in the 538s, 530 whatevers. It's pretty thin now at this point, you know. If there was to be like one more run, I could see, you know, us going lower. We're back in the 538s, 539s. $545, that's where we'd have a little bit of resistance to the upside. 108 at 545, but $539. Let's watch $539 over here. See if we get Salah's reloading. $539 is the point of control. 539.25. That passive bias seems to still be there, so 535.25. That's what we're looking at. Every time that hits, price seems to just reload. Every time 535.25 hits. And how to read this? You read this diagonally, not horizontally, right? So these orders 36 and 25 aren't the ones that match. 1 and 47 are the ones that match. 7, 8, 26, 86. So this level, that level. All right, well, that wall is just being ran through. So the last real level is just 529.50. Also, that was kind of a break below the that little volume profile that we drew, where we had the consolidation. So here's the retest with that value area low. If this value area low holds from the retest, then we should expect a break of 529.50. You know. Objects in a mirror might appear closer than they actually are. Trade carefully. Hmm, 539.25. That's our point of control. So I mean, want to move above, want to see us at least above 539.25. Here the 537s. Do not take me to a liquid drum and bass concert. I will not come back. $537s, 538s, let's go. 538.50, what do we do here? There we go, 539.25, big buy order. Come on, you buyers. Do it for CR7. Let's go. Delta's also shifted up to the negative 1000s. Brilliant. Big sell order at the top of that. Little volume value area high. $542.50. If yeah, I mean, if we can close green here, if we can close green on this candle, I mean, yeah, those sellers are gonna be in pain. It could be that, or it could just be people selling out of their positions, you get what I mean? And not necessarily like sellers trying to sell the market lower. But here we go, 546. Remo Strada, motherfucker. I don't lie, I really like this song. There we go. Okay, let's get this retest of this value, this little value area high, this 542.75, and get it over and done with. 542.75. Let's watch it there. Also, I just wanted us to clear this little box, to be honest. This little rectangular box. We can get above that. Value area high for today is 565.50. Not great, but next real sell wall is 548. If you see like big numbers, like okay, 550 for example, right? Look at the number of orders on that, 137, right? This number here, 137, 135, etc. Want to see when price gets here, I want to see these numbers disappear, or at least these numbers become smaller. All right, here we go, 550. Because these are sellers putting orders. They're like, all right, cool, I'm gonna sell at 550, psychological level, right? So what we want to see we want to see when we get there is we want to see those orders completely get taken out. All right. So by completely get taken out, I mean like this number gets almost zero. Right? It won't always be zero. But we want to see those orders taken out of the book, basically. It is the plan. And if our Delta can stay in the thousands, that'd be great. Thank you, please. Okay, so there's the retest of that value area high, right? So now we just want price to remain above 543.75. 543 has been a very key level for us today because it's also the level on our composite. It's the POC, the 20-day point of control. So it's been there quite a lot. We've been seeing it quite a lot. Now we want to see it turn into support. Right? We want to see it turn into support. So no, did I? $550s, Ali. See 128 on them now. When we're like 130, maybe some of the guys were here were like, I don't know if price is gonna get here. I'm gonna sell out here. It's like the rap game. Just have to be patient. Yeah, but we still have a way for us to even get break even. Boy, telling you. Because even at 553, 553. Yeah, it's a little thin at 553. I ain't gonna lie. I thought we'd see more on this side, on the ask side. And look at this, our ask is also shifted higher. We're 49.88, so we're not that far off from being samesies with the bid side, right? There we go, 550, 130. See, also what this could do is it could spook people. It could make people go, I'm gonna sell here, before we even get there. There we go, big orders 114. Bitchwitz at 550. I know this thing, boss. And bet, of course, like I knew we were gonna get, I knew price was gonna come lower. Why? Because we could see the sell orders over here, and we can see them here, So all the buys that hit that side, right? 136. Delta's looking nice now. Negative 700s. It's good for us. One sec. Back in the 540s. If we can get a complete shift in this delta, yeah, I'd be a happy chap. Excuse me. Yeah, you see, we have another batch of sellers at 550 again, reloaded 123, 124. So again, it's because it's a psychological level. So your 50s, 100s, your 5, 10s, 20s, 30s, 40s, you know, like these are levels at these points. These are places where institutionally you'd want, you know, people would get out or into positions, right? Like you're not gonna throw an arbitrary number like, oh yeah, no, fill me at 543.25, right? Even though we know on our composite, right? Even though we know on our composite that's the point of control, right? But institutionally, they're looking at these numbers: 600, 580, 560, 540, 520, 500, and then the in-betweens: 505, 510, 515, 525, 535, 545. You know, it's just that we're in a bit of a compromising situation. You get me? So we can't just let it go right now. But here we go, 550s again. You're gonna see it's gonna be pushed down. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because there's sell orders there. You know what I mean? I mean, there's sell orders everywhere, but you can see them right here. But if we can clear this, then what's the next psychological level? 555, right? Now you're looking at the 555s, 554.50. You know, it's a bit sneaky, but like where is, like in the sense of whomever's trying to get out of these, like these positions, right? They're probably lying in like all of these 100 orders. So 104, 103. 100, at 550, what, 554.50, 553 flat, 552, 565. So you can see like that, because institutionally, if you're to just sell out of a position, right, with a lot of money, you can move the market in a particular direction, of which there are like laws and rules around being able to do this on the SEC. You know, so they have to do it in batches. They have to do it in small bits, you know, throughout the trading session. So maybe you buy, you know, maybe you want to fill orders at 500, but instead of like buying everything at 500, you fill at 495, and then you fill again at like 498, and then you fill at 502, and then you have like a spread of like your buy orders, right? And then again, think about it now, when you want to sell, how are you going to sell? You're going to sell in the same manner, right? You're not going to sell at one big level at one go, like, oh, I'm just going to get out at 560. No, you're going to get out maybe at like 553, at 555, at 558, and then maybe your final position you're going to get out at like 564 or something, you know? Boss, we were deep in drawdown, I'm not gonna lie. So happy to be out of that. We were like, there we go, big buys, big buy order, and finally our delta is positive-ish, 551.75. That's that big order we just saw, 159, that hit there. That cleared whomever was there, right? That's what we're seeing here. 551.75. This is where they hit 551.75. So we know at 551.75 there's a big buy there. There's someone who really wants this to go up. So now we're at VWAP. What do we get at VWAP? Do we get a sell of VWAP? I don't think so, because like now a delta is positive, right? Now a delta is positive. Now we have strong buyers in the market now, you know. So what do I, not that I'm predicting it, but what do I expect from this level? Now I expect the participants to buy the VWAP, right? So your VWAP now can safe-ish, kind of safe, not really, but you can expect participants now buy that VWAP. You know, that volume weighted average price. You get me? We were down bad, not gonna lie. Still not completely out of it, but delta. This tells a slow story. Delta's shifted. You know. Hey, if you're still in chat, just give me a shot, let me know. Throw 100 in the chat, so I know you're still here. Also, what are we getting? We're getting a reaction off the point of control. Is that expected? Yes, it's expected, because remember, earlier on, we broke through it, retested it, sold it. Alright, came back, retested it, sold it. Now we're here again, right? Difference is now we have VWAP, right? So are we gonna get support from VWAP or not, right? Are the buyers who stepped in here, are they gonna push this above the previous week point of control or not? You know, and you'd expect them to. Why? Because the delta's shifted, right? And again, if you're looking at the bid-ask percentage, you know, we have more buyers on the ask now, right? Oh man, I'm even missing a World Cup game. Love this shit. It is what it is, bro. All right, so I'm still here. I'm not gonna get off chat. I'm not gonna get off stream. My bad. We are just gonna watch this and let this play out. But yeah, but my camera's off. It is midday, so yeah, we're just gonna monitor this. Not off stream. I am gonna leave this on. Just make sure you guys can see everything. All right, here we go. Here's that retest of the VWAP. As I said, we're gonna get yeah, we don't need this volume profile anymore, because we did see, remember, we drew it out here. We saw the fake out to the bottom absorption of those sell orders, and then we came back inside the value, broke above, came back, retested, came outside of it again, retested, and then we shot up, right? So whatever this auction was, we already understand, we already know what happened here, right? So we don't need this volume profile anymore, so we're gonna get rid of it now. All right, here we go. Break above our previous week point of control, even though it's just slightly unjust. Still is significant. All right. Maybe I shouldn't have. Oh, you look at that. I'm just gonna hide this volume profile just in case I want to come back and like talk about it, maybe off stream or in a separate video. But yeah, our delta's in the positive thousands now, so how great is that for us, right? At least for now. The next thing we want to see is, we just want to see a break above this value area high. This is 563, you know, unless this was like a look above and fail, but that's the next logical place for us to get to, right? 563, right? 564. So okay, well, here's another retest of the VWAP. Delta did shift back into the hundreds, so not entirely sure what's going on, but we do need to maintain positive delta for this move to continue higher. Otherwise, what that will tell us is that it's an exhaustion of buys, right? But we've held it all the way through this, you know, through all of this, you know what I mean? You know, just need to be a little more patient and smart still. Yay. Or beneath the VWAP again. Below 550, 553. Here we go, back above it. But can we break above the previous week point of control? Alright boys, I'm still around. Just gonna turn the volume up a little. Hey, what's good, boys? Decided to take a little break. But yeah, here we go. I mean, look, is our delta positive? Our delta is positive. Are we now above the value area high of this volume profile? We are. So 564.25, that's what we're going to be looking at seeing hold, right? Remember, I did say this earlier on the stream, if you guys were here. I did say that what we have here is all of this is liquidity. There's stops here, there's stops here, there's stops here. You know what I mean? So it would be nice to see all of them get run through in like one go. You know what I mean? But we'll just like let it play out. We we were in this from a very long time ago. You know, we're in it from 9:45 ish, roundabout. So we did take all of this as drawdown. You know what I mean? The account currently is almost break even. You know, we started off at 522, but okay, cool. They already rectified my account. It was at 50, so it's good to see that they fixed that. So we are a little in drawdown, but yeah. Just need to close inside overnight value. If we can close inside overnight value, then our previous day value area high could still be a target, you know, which is what we were initially trying earlier. You know what I mean? But we called it wrong right from the get-go. So that's why we're still here and why this stream has been this long. But shout out to you because someone's still out here watching. Here we go. Here's a retest of the value area high. We just need to maintain. We still need to just keep above 564. We're not like completely out of the water yet. It is a lot better, of course, but you know, we do need to stay outside of value now and continue going higher. All right. So this is gonna be this is our next battle zone. Let me draw it out. So we are looking at breaking outside of this volume node and this value area high. All right. We want to stay above this. And also, I mean, if we can sweep these highs, 570, you know, looking at the book, 570, we have 87, 86 orders. Big sell wall at 120, so of 120 orders. So if we can get above that, it should be good. Should be good. But yeah, I'm still around. I'm still here. I'm just monitoring this. Just want to make sure that we have this recorded and journaled and have it on stream. So what I will do is I'm just gonna up the volume. I'll turn down my mic, but the music is gonna go loud. So yeah, our point of control is also shifted higher. It's not particularly a great thing. Not a particularly great sign. I mean, yeah, it does mean that, like, you know, fair value is higher, right? So we determine fair value is higher, but with that also means that the value area low is now also in play, you know. So yeah, okay. Mic's going off in a bit, but we're still around. No, scusa, è una battuta una sorpresa. Stavo sui lente quello lì. this types of. That's fine. Should be on the beach, man. This one make a then we talk to more good happen away. That's why in the last day we could be and you go to the Arab when I've been van. You not something that probably something offside. Who was offside? Yeah, I got it. Hey.
Anyway.
I'm tired. Hey. Let me ask what. Yes, he's on team thing. If anyone can do that. And then I would go to videos with mountains. Yes. Come on, remember. I'm offside, nothing. That's an captain. He's offside. Where you gonna see offside? No offside. He wasn't offside, bro. Even if this side, like, there's no offside here. I mean, you could take it down and watch 3-2. Yeah, very cool. Okay. Watch 3-2 before next time. Oh, he was on the bench. Huge, bro. He was on the bench. Can you imagine? Messi. Yee. Messi, un cross a Messi. Una. Sorry. Oh! Oh, this is amazing. No, no, That's me. I told you. Messi! Wer hat gemacht? Ah, dude, Messi, stop that. I'm trying to check this out. I love so many so I'm not even interested. Zibawa amasethi ngapena tibore center khona bona babashapi estate. You can make something. Mama should really Man City. It's very easy. Oh, that's it. How do you cut that away? Avec quoi comme si j'avais deux autres à la ville, c'est à la fois de celle qui va sur la team, c'est le best. Non, c'était la extra mistake. Ça va se faire. Messi. Seven. Fia. Ay. Yo. Yeah. This guy. Minha mãe tipo é, tá true mesmo. Que não só é do vídeo.
Allez, ça doit y aller.
Did you think of yeah, oh, you're saying negative path as I got. max commissions. Yeah, but we'll get better. We'll get better. We are at the value area low again. So, we need to hold above VWAP. actually have till 10 past. So I mean, need to. If I don't close him, the firm will. You know. Shout out to the firm. Get him, girl. This is fatigue, fam. These are not jokes. This is fatigue. Oh man. I really thought we were gonna have some respite at the 550s. Apparently not. Big sales, Delta dropping hectically. What is going on here? People, I guess people are getting out of their positions, eh? Which makes sense. We could actually get hurt pretty badly from all of this. We should be smart. Because that was a lot of it's a lot of orders, yeah. It's a lot of orders leaving the market. Buy sells, buy sells, buy sells, buy sells. So it's people buying themselves out of positions, people selling out of their positions. Can't even see the price over here because of the big trades. I mean, we can see the price, we just can't see the candles, is what I meant, you know. Don't be a smart ass. I don't think anything much is gonna happen from this point, to be honest. Yeah, just looking at where our delta is. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, we'll just we'll let it play out, get closed out, and yeah, we'll pick it up again tomorrow, same time. Yeah, I'll journal this. And yeah, just come back tomorrow. We'll just be a little better with our read. Just trust also the things that we've developed, right? Because right at the beginning of the session, I did see delta was negative, and I still try to buy it, which wasn't smart. I went against what the delta was saying. I went against the VWAP. I try to buy below the VWAP. Actually, I try to buy above the VWAP, but delta was negative, and there was a higher percentage on the bid side than there was on the ask. Yeah, and then also just like invalidation points, my invalidation points were at the point of control, and then as we're moving towards it, I started moving it lower, of which the very first invalidation point was just below the previous day value area low. And yeah, so we could have taken a small loss today, but I made that mistake. Which is all good. It's all good. I'll learn from it. And we're not that bad on in drawdown. I mean, yeah, still kind of looks. I mean, it looks bad. 650 looks bad, but yeah, still has some bullets in the gun. So we'll come back tomorrow and be better, and be better tomorrow. But yeah, 2 minutes till the close. 2 minutes until the close. Let's see where we get closed out. Hopefully at the previous week point of control. That'd be amazing. That would actually be so sweet. That would be better. But I mean, we did our best. We managed the trade as best as we could. We opened it up. Could have actually blown the account, but we survived that. And then, we watched Delta shift and price go higher. We also saw a failed break outside of initial balance. So we also have that information now. And then, we also saw value area high shift. So point of control go higher. That was also a signal for us to exit our trade, but we didn't. So I mean, yeah, well, the things that we could have done better, but we also, managed to data collect. So, yeah. As far as my target is concerned, I made 220 something yesterday. So, like after this should be like should be like 2.2 away, I think, roundabout. I don't know the maths, bro. I don't know the maths. I only do small numbers. Previous week point of control 575.
It's not too bad of an L right now. Doesn't look too bad. If you can stay that side, go up, go up. 30 more seconds till we close. Till we're closed. Till our positions are closed for us. Yeah, but it's been a day, man. I'm not gonna lie. Shout out to you if you came and you watched the stream, and you're with me on stream as I was making jokes about possibly having to start an OnlyFans. It got that bad. We got really close to that. But yeah, we're gonna close our position in 2, 1. That's us for the day. Yeah, 593 loss for the day. Is it bad? Yeah. But yeah. Could have been worse. You know what I mean? Could have been worse. So yeah, that's gonna be it from me, boys. Yeah, damn, almost 7 hours of stream. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, same time. Same time. You bet. Catch you same time. Smaller streams, shorter streams, I swear. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me.